I appreciate you, Lee. Thank you. Yo, what is going on, guys? It's your man Twist3dDrift3rr. Welcome back to the channel. Hopes everybody is doing well as we get ready to get back into the paint booth here with some liveries. Hopefully, everybody's doing well, taking care of themselves. Let me know in the chat how everybody's week is going. And let me just say this: Wednesday is going to be wild for weather. I mean, extremely wild. I don't know what to say with what's going on. It is looking extremely dangerous for Wednesday. I will not for any reason be live, and likely I will be unreachable because I will be focused completely on trying to stay safe Wednesday. It is looking extremely dangerous. Probably one of the most intense storm setups I have seen in years. So don't expect to stream on Sunday. Just a heads up. Want to get that out there. But no, gonna be going ahead and hopping in here to get some racing or some liveries working. Also checking just a couple things here. On the patch notes for iRacing because those had just dropped right as I was going live. I got the notification, so had to check that real quick as well. But without further ado, we've got a very interesting project to start tonight. So get Photoshop back open. And let's get back on this livery because I've got ideas for this. So for those who missed last night when I started this before I embarrassingly started to doze off on stream, we're doing a mix of two different Rumblebee stripe packages for the RAM. So that's the goal. Let's open this up here and let's get back into it. But we also have music to get into, so let me go ahead and get the music going as well. Also, for some reason, this is not letting me have Photoshop open, which is pissing me off. Give me 1 second. Oh, that's why. I also need to check one other thing that apparently has an update, and I don't know why it is popping up and wanting to update now. It's like I want to go and just get into this. No, every single app that you use and every single thing and program you use is getting a massive update. And if you don't like it, you can go and it's like, why? Just why? Like, let me just do what I've got to do and stop giving me stuff that I don't need. It's like, really? I don't understand why everything needs to update right as I'm getting ready to go and do a stream. Right as I'm trying to go and get the music going. It's like, leave me alone, please. There's the music. Or it was. Did it just no? It's right here, this tab. That's right. Let's get this going here. There we go. Now we can get into the paint booth and actually get things going. Sorry for the delays, y'all. Seriously, sorry for the delays, but let's get into this. All right. This mouse is gonna make me want to yeet myself, I swear. All right, so I need to take this, copy, paste, and we're gonna move this, flip it, because we want to create a racing stripe style design along here. So this needs to be, zoom in here. Whoa. There we go. Like right there. No. Need to... right there. Make sure it matches down here. Right there. check up here. And looks like we're good. The issue is I can't zoom with my mouse right now. So I'm having to use a keybind for scrolling, and it is so annoying. Let's take a look at that on the hood. Make sure that lines up on both sides before we continue this. So, save a copy. And of course that gets saved as a TGA. So we'll save that there. And then come back over to iRacing. Go to My Content. Find the RAM, and we'll look at that. 1 second. There we are. Okay, let me delete these other 2 liveries out of that folder. 1 sec. There we go. Now I can show y'all. And it'll be in the bottom right whenever we show this, the work in progress. It'll be in the bottom right here. Let me zoom that back down to right around there. And then we'll leave that for when we're actually working in Photoshop here. So this here is what we're looking at. And honestly, right now, this is about where I want it. Because we're going to come back in here and we want to go all the way across this top layer right here in black. And this beautiful gap right there, the stripes are perfect, just the way I wanted it. This is perfect, because we're going to add a silver pinstripe as well onto the outline for the stripes. So we're not done with the front yet, but we'll do that silver pinstripe after we get the rest of this. So bear with me. Actually, no, we'll do that now. Let me go and merge these shapes. And no, we won't. No, we won't. So let's get back into Photoshop to show you all this process. Because this process is where things are going to get fun. Blending options. And I hate how it opens up as a different window, so you guys don't get to see the whole process of the blending options. I hate that. So we'll do it this way. 1 second. 1 second. There we go. The almost one thing in the background here, and then we'll fix that. There we go. Do it this way, which I never do. Okay, it's looking like it's there. I just got to scale it up. There we go. Now y'all can see the process. We'll come over to the stroke section here. And right now, it's using that gold, which is not bad. But we need a silver. I'm thinking for this, we'll do a 3. No, we'll do 5. We'll do 4. No, 3. Do 3 and outside. I do want to do something unique though. I'm going to bevel this, not as heavy as it is right now though. And what this is going to do is it's going to add a slight bit of 3D depth to it, which you'll see here in a second. You zoom back in, all it'll take is re-enabling that. 1 moment though. So we'll go back in here, blending options. We'll add the stroke, change the color of that, get the texture off. Go to that, And now I want to add this slight bevel. And you're probably like, okay, why though? And I think that it could really just add a slight bit of depth as well. And now I thought about using another program I have called Affinity to do this. And we might still do that. But I want to see how this is going to look here. Just as like a little ghosting effect. That's all I really want to do, is a slight bit of a ghost effect here. That's all that I'm really trying to do, is just a little bit of a ghost. And see how that works. Go normal on the shadow. I don't even think we're getting any effects on the shadow, so I'm not even gonna worry about that. Zoom out and see how that looks on there. Okay. Yeah, slight little halo effect on both sides I think really works with it. So what we'll do is we will copy this. Copy these effects. There it is. Then we'll paste those on this one. And right there it looks good. I do realize that this needs to move back slightly though. There we go. So now it matches. Now it's for the fun part. We go back into the wire here. And I believe we look back at the truck in iRacing here. And I think we're going to be fine to do the whole roof section in black, but we may have to tweak it. So we'll test that here. Turn off the wire. Go down to the base. And we're going to turn off color overlay. After I grab the red. Want that. And then we'll turn off this. We'll delete this color overlay here. We do have ideas, by the way. So just stick around. This is going to be a fun little process. Do that. Then grab this. Well, can't do that because yeah. Nope, don't want to do that. I want to grab the magic wand tool. Thank you. Now I can't because for some reason magic wand tool wants to grab everything. Oh, I know why. Now why. Okay, hold on. I know exactly why that is. So what I'll do to make this easier on me is we're going to come up here to this. We're going to select the bed mask. And then we're going to come back to this. And we're going to delete anything that's masked. Now you're wondering, why would you do that? Well, that's going to make it easier because watch that. Watch this. Now, you can easily come in here and just select what's red. And you're right. And now you're wondering, okay, but don't you just want the rift section? I do. So watch this. Come back in here. And now, because iRacing, the way iRacing's templates work... Oh, what's going on there, Rusty? Hope you're doing well. The way that iRacing's templates work, and this is where things get fun. You hit the wire, and you see this little gap here. That means there's nothing in the mesh at that point. So, we can go and drop this on down to about a 10 pixel. And just do... Nope. Do about... We don't even need a 10 pixel. Go with a 6. And just delete this. No. Right there. Just do that. Being very careful not to go into any of the wireframe on this. Because if you go into the wireframe, you're going to lose everything. So now we want to come right back down here and do that same sort of situation. This will create a separation between the where we want black and where we want the rest of it. How's your night going, Rusty? And then we'll come down here. We'll do the same thing here, but we'll do it a lot smaller. Actually, no, we'll leave that alone because that's gonna get treated the same way. And no, we'll do it. It's gonna need to be smaller. Just to make my work easier down the road, we'll separate this. So just a small drag line right like that. And that there is going to separate it to make it easier. Yeah, it could be a hassle. But it's a hassle I enjoy. It's fun. It's frustrating sometimes, but it is fun. So we'll come down here, do the same thing down on the side. Get ready for later on when it comes time to add these effects. So right here, separate. Beautiful. So now that's done. So now, this is where this is gonna make it easier, because watch this. We turn that back off. We're gonna make things easier. Turn the contigs off. Turn extras off. Turn decals off. And then, where's the blackout? It's under base. I need to temporarily turn off the blackout layers. So what we'll do is now come over to this, and now we've got, nope, there's still some red peeking through. Where's that red? Anti-alias, let's do that. Okay, alright, I see what we gotta do here. 1 second. Because it's still doing it. It is still doing it. And sometimes it will. It does it for that side, but not the other side. So we come back in here to the eraser. We zoom in, and I see exactly where it's still triggering it. So, eraser tool, grab this, and we'll erase it right here. That's I guarantee you that little section I just had is the one that's triggering it. I'm going to just shrink this down. We'll do one other section here. So now if I do that, nope, it's still doing it. Why? Okay, you're really starting to frustrate me now. So back up to this. Okay, it's still doing it. Contiguous is on. Change tolerance to 10. No? Okay, what is connecting? What's connecting? Because something in that red is connecting somewhere. Nothing here is. So that leaves us one other option. That leaves one other option. And it's the option I normally don't like to do, but sometimes you have no choice. And that's grab everything, like what I'm about to do here. So we'll deselect. We'll turn on the wireframe just to make sure I'm getting a clean cut. And watch this. We'll grab this. Actually, no, we'll use the polygon tool for this. What we're going to do is we're going to move this section onto a completely new layer. We'll merge it back when we're done, but for right now, it's going to get moved onto its own layer. Come back over here. Here. And is this going to be a clean look? No. This isn't going to be seen on the design, so I'm not too worried about getting this super clean. All I care about is that cut. Now, paste that, and it's its own separate layer. And because we're not doing, with the magic wand tool, because we're not doing sample all layers, we're just doing one layer, you're not going to have that issue anymore. So if we come over here, select this layer, and then do that, we now have this section here, which will now get changed into the black. And now let's make sure that that actually matches with what we need. So, I'm going to save this file here. 1 second. Need to do one thing here, so we're gonna go on the back screen. 1 sec. Alright, sorry about that. Y'all had to do something in the background to make sure we were good to go. So we're going to save as copy here. Go up to this here. I need to actually save it to this spot, to this exact location, but grab this. Yes, make sure I replace it as TGA. 24-bit. You never want to go 32 and you never want to go 16. You always want to go 24-bit per pixel. And then we come over to iRacing. Alt-tab was not working there for a sec. And as you can see, we have a clean interpretation of this. The only thing that's not clean is the white pinstripe. We'll have to add that manually to make it work. But so far, we are looking at a very, very nicely done project so far to start things off. Also, we need to work on this part here. And you're wondering why does it look like that? It's because we don't have that turned on. We'll turn that on and it'll fix. But don't worry about that. That will get fixed. Now, let's go and get this pillar here blacked out. So for that, we will come over here. Edit. Okay. Whoa. Okay, Photoshop. Come back here. And it's doing the same thing on this side. So apparently it's not a thin enough gap to make it work. Even with anti-aliasing, it's not thin enough. So that's where we'll do that same sort of technique. But this time, we're just going to isolate this section here. Because it's just easier to do it that way. So we are going to cut, paste, and then there. So now, from there, we'll come back up, look at the wire. And it looks like it's good. So what we'll do now is we're going to just black out this section here. Because all we really need is that into the black roof and the black bed. So at this point, it's a simple matter of where is... 1 second. My light is in my way. So at this point, it's basically a simple matter of using the pen tool, which probably gonna be the easiest way to do this. And then come in here from there to here. No, there. And then do the same thing on the other side. I keep accidentally hitting the wrong key combo And I have to, again, it sucks the way I have to do this until I can get a new mouse. Creating liveries without a working scroll wheel, especially when trying to zoom, is not an easy task. Nope, undo. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect on this section at all. Okay, why? I know why. There. Alright, so now that's going to go and create the full illusion that we need for that. So now's where things get to be a little bit fun. Now's where things get to be a little bit fun. One sec. So. Let's come over to here. Go into my graphic elements folder. And we're going to pull out the B. Open with Photoshop. Because this here is going to be the star of the show on this truck. The new Ram Rumblebee logo. Now, if you haven't seen this truck yet, and what we're going with, this is the effect that we're about to go and try to create. Is this here. So as you can see with this, dang it. As you can see with this image here, and yes, I know, the shape of this does not match perfectly with the Rumblebee logo. I just know. I'm just taking the closest thing I could find to recreate this right off of the Ram website. So it's not great, but it's what we have to work with. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna try to recreate this effect here on the Ram. So in order to do that, this is where things are going to get interesting. Dang it. Stop. Because I'm going to have to select everything that's white and try to remove it. Or color change everything that's white into the red that's on the truck. Which, not a bad option, but I think it's going to be a lot better if we just make everything that's white and we remove that. So, magic wand tool, and we're going to turn our tolerance up to about 70. And then watch this. We're going to delete there. Delete there. And this is going to be a little bit of a process. I think this is really going to look sick. And then anything that's yellow also needs to be removed. So we're basically stripping it of its color to be just an outline on the truck. But we will keep these. I'm gonna keep the grayscale. I'll keep those. And then this is what we're gonna be left with. So we need to, at that point, grab this. We need to select the entire logo. And flip it. But what we're doing here, it needs to flip like this. Copy it. Turn the wire off. Paste. No, I don't start a truck until payment comes through there, Rusty. I'll get on yours though. Wednesday. I don't do, and the reason why I don't do that anymore is because I got burned once. Had a client who paid for the truck, but he never came. He never who wanted a truck. I did the design. He never paid for it. So ever since then, I do not bother doing a livery until I get the money first. But once that happens, dude, I got you. I need to figure out all these other areas of color. Because as you can see here, we still have a lot that's ghosting. And it is annoying as hell. So this is where things are gonna get interesting. I gotta figure out how best to clean that up again, because it's been a while. And then go from there. Alright. Let's go, and what we're going to do, because they didn't even clear out the there's still a lot of white, so we're going to just delete this. We're gonna come back over here. We're gonna throw a black background on, or some sort of dark colored background. Deselect. Do that. And then we need to come in here. We need to actually undo everything we've done so far, because there is a way to do this a lot cleaner. And I need to remember how to do it. It's been a while since I've done this. Having to clean up a logo. So bear with me while I try to remember the cleaner way to do it. I'm going to use Google real quick, try to figure it out, then we'll continue. So one moment, y'all, please, and thank you. I'll try to figure that out real quick. Should not take too long. It's just been a while since I've done this. If there's any Photoshop wizards in the chat, please feel free to go and give me any tips. Let me see here. Okay, give me a sec. Let me check this, because I think this is going to be what I need. I just need to look.
Welcome to Photoshop in.
Because it's been a while since I've done this technique. So 1 second, y'all.
And in order to do that, you need to just click on select and then start.
Okay. So that's gonna be a nightmare to do that one, at least from what I'm seeing. At least do it easy. 1 second here. Try this one. Oh, it's the same video. Okay. Alright, so let's see what I can do here. Dang it. I want to zoom out slightly. I hate my mouse. My mouse is really starting to tick me off. $25 a paint here, Cobb. How you doing? $30 if it's a replica, but $25 at the base. So use this here. And again, trying to get the desired effect I'm looking for here is a technique that I don't use very often, which is why I'm trying to remember. Most people I see charge a lot more than that. You don't do half a livery. No. You don't do half a livery. That's just a big no. Okay, so let's see here. So. All right, I think I've got it. Make sure the edge is all right. Layer. Hold on. Where's method 2? All right. I need to layer mask. All right. I think that's what we need to do, if I'm reading this correctly. And then that did not work. Undo. I did okay, maybe. Nope. Undo. History. Magic wand. All right. Where's my layer mask? Come on. Normally I don't struggle, but it's been a while since I've had to do a masking. I normally don't bother with masking things here.
One of the most common.
So just bear with me, please and thank you. I've got my own ways of doing things, and normally I'm good to go. Normally. So bear with me 1 second. Alright. Why are you being a pain? There's our layer mask. Alright. No, undo. First, let me copy this image here. No, damn it. Stop. Copy, paste it. Now we'll do the layer. layer mask. All right. We want to do that, that, and this. Now let's layer mask. And from there, because these are going to eventually get transparent, we just need to get this to cooperate here. And I think what we're going to do is use the filter on this. No, Bob. What is it with people coming in here trying to go and do all this? Seriously, what is it with this? Like, come on. Cancel. It's not gonna do it. Like, what is it? Come on, guys. It's not cool. You don't do that. I don't negotiate like that. I don't. If I'm doing a paint, I'm doing the paint. I'm not letting someone else do one of it. I'm sorry, I don't do that. I'm sorry, but no. No. That's not how we do things around here, Bob. Not how we do things around here, dude. Okay, that's not gonna work either. Alright, I may have to do it the old school way of just the way I did with the Tasmanian Devil logo. Because this one is... not really. Not really. Because this is just a logo I'm trying to figure some things out with. Because this logo's going onto the truck. So this is not anything that's really looking good. Set it to 100% tolerance and see what that does. I should maybe help clean it up. Nope. Still got some of the yellow left. There we go. That cleans it up a bit. That cleans it up a lot better. Yeah, I appreciate you saying that it does look good. It's not good yet. It'll look good when we're done. And only when we're done. Not until. Get rid of anything that's got yellow in it. I don't need any tinges of yellow. This is where the eraser tool set at 1 can actually come into play and be actually kind of handy here. This is gonna be the hardest part, the most annoying part of all of this entire project, is getting this part here done. It's actually easier if I just use the select tool and just erase that way. Trying to get this to be clean is going to be the hardest part of this entire process. It really will be. I think like it's possible, just not going to be fun. I wish I could have found this image in vector, but I couldn't. So I had to take and make do out of the full brand logo on the website for RAM. And it's not the ideal way of doing this. Normally for a logo, I would find the vector and I would go from there. But being unable to find a vector right now has made this whole process a lot harder. Now we have to zoom in, make sure we are good. We're still gonna have a little bit of ghosting, which is going to suck. Like this corner here. I'm just wanting to... You know what? When we're done, I'll just paint it black. I'll just go and select what's there. And we'll use the black at that point. We can make this work. It's not gonna be perfect at all, but I've got ideas. We can make this, we can make it still function. Just not gonna be a very fun process by any means. Thank you, Nightbot. How you been, EB? Turn the anti-alias off. Long time no see there, EB. Hope you're doing alright, dude. No. This is not the fun part of this livery at all. It's one of the parts that I hate and dread in liveries like this. Alright, from there. Now we should be good. Glad to hear you're doing well, dude. See how this looks. I think we're still gonna have that same issue though. We will see, but I think we've still got that same issue. Find a way to make it work. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, because that's not the way I do business, dude. That's not the way I do business. Alright, that's looking a lot better than the last one, but still has its issues. No, I don't. But that doesn't change the fact that the way he's wanting to do it is not how I do business. I don't know why I didn't think to do it that way before. Undo. Cancel. Delete. We'll come back to this whole thing here. No, dang, I want to delete just the layer. Stop. Thank you. So what I'll do... No, I do not remember Brian Niels. I don't remember a lot of people from that league because after everything that happened with that league, I decided to push that entire league out of my memory for the most part. Because y'all basically made a mockery out of me over a stupid issue that was out of my control. Yeah, I admit I wasn't the greatest driver. You know, I admit that I had my issues. Yes. That does not ring any bells. At all. What the absolute fuck? Okay. Now we're just getting trolls coming in here. So the trolls are getting removed. Because I'm sick and tired of this shit. Seriously, all I'm trying to do is work on this. And then we want to get people coming in here and troll, and it's like, why? Just why? Am I not allowed to have a good stream? Yes, but I don't like trolls. Trolls are one thing. Or people finding me is one thing. Trolls are not. One second here. Where is it? Let me see what I'm looking at here. Go back to the black background on this. Deselect. Dang it, no. New layer. Cancel. No, I want new layer. Thank you. All right. Now we can start working on isolating the glitchiness of this and making it work. Been so long since I've messed with this. Left all the major areas here. No, I said select this one too. Alright, fine, we'll come back to that. We'll do this in layers or in sections. Well, first we gotta remove that. Yeah, we may need some here soon, Beetle. How you doing, dude? Things have been getting a little wild. If you look back at chat, you'll see what I mean. Okay, why is the eraser being a pain and not wanting to remove everything perfectly? It's like, what? Ah, I appreciate you coming through, dude. This is just annoying me because it's not wanting to delete the sections I'm trying to delete. Like, just delete the section, please. Like, I'm having to multiple click, and it's like, why are you just not deleting? Okay. Have to switch to PC here. Yep, sounds good, dude. I know all about, I know all about that. Prepare for the storm that's coming this weekend, too. Just a heads up, prepare for that. I see what the issue is. I selected the wrong thing here. I need that. Now we'll swap over to this. And grab the eraser. I think. No? Because then there's still... Oh, this is a pain. But maybe I can make this work. Let's set it back to this. That could work. It actually works quite a bit. Try to close in on and remove that. It's a lot better. Do we still have that yellow? No. Yes. There's still this ghosting in here too, and I don't like that. This is a lot harder of a process than I thought it would be at the beginning. It's like, why? Alright. Use this to help see what we're looking for here. I think we're doing okay so far. You've still got this stupid yellow effect up there, though, which is not what I want. Then we got these. Alright. Around here, we need to fix this. This logo is hell. And doing a... normally, like I said, normally I try to find a vector format God, I've yet to find a single vector format for this logo. And it's just been frustrating. Like, I could use the old school logo, but it's not what he wants. He wants the new one. So trying to find it right now has not been easy. I'm looking again to see just maybe if there's any way in heck that there is a older version. Now, I'm not seeing any yet. At all. The only other thing I could think of, and this is going to be the harder part of doing it all, is we could retrace the entire logo. But that's going to take way too long. Like, we've got the base design done. We're on the logos. We got the base ready to go. As you can see here. The base is ready. I need to get this side saved. I need to get it saved so we get the other side in and then the other updates over there. So let's actually save that real quick. And then you'll see what I mean. But getting this B the way I need it is harder than I thought it would be. I thought, you know, no big deal. The B should be piece of cake. No. So the side is perfect. Now we just need to get the back bed cover dealt with. And then a couple other things and we're good to go. It's just it's not cooperating. It's definitely not cooperating. And I don't know why. Let me see if I can find anything here. Bear with me, please, and thank you. While we try to figure things out and try to find an easier way to do this. Is it possible to do easier in Illustrator? Okay. Nope. It's not possible in Illustrator because it's a rasterized logo. Okay. Sounds good, Beetle. We are just struggling right now. This is pissing me off. We're trying to get this logo here without the glitches. because you go up here. This is what the logo looks like. I need to remove the yellow without bleed, but it's not an easy task to do. I just want all of the black section, and that's it. Wonder if the layers tool could come in handy. Image adjustments, maybe. No. That's not gonna help at all. Nope. Oh, I understand, dude. I ain't mad about that. What upset me was everything that happened earlier. You're all good, brother. I ain't even worried about that. I just gotta figure this out, because if I can clean this... Again, this is the first time I've had to mess with this. The other thing I could do, and this is going to be the hardest of all of it, or the most, not hardest, but the most time consuming of all of it, is go into the eraser tool, change it to block, dang it, zoom in, thank you, and individually delete each misaligned color. And this is not the ideal solution, but it's what I had to do on the Tasmanian Devil car a long time ago. That one, though, was just deleting the outside layers. I didn't have interior layers to deal with. So that's what makes this one a little bit more tricky, and a little bit more of a pain in my rear end to do. I was trying to find a way to avoid having to do this part. See, it's... Let me see something here. No. Why is it yellow? I want that down there. Let me go to select. Or inverse. Where's my eraser tool? Try something again. Okay, now it's actually working. Now it's actually working to clean up, so we're good now. Turn this off to make sure I'm not deleting anything. I don't... Oh, no, we're not. We're not good at all. We just deleted the center section of his eye. Now if we turn that off, and then we... No. Watch this. I got it now. Get this. Now we can get... Now that this is actually functioning, we should be able to clean this up a lot easier. It's not a fun way to handle this. But then we hit this, toggle that, make sure it's good. And it is. Nope, undo. Oh, well, actually, no, that's fine. Still not what I wanted to do. But it's fine. It's not messing with the design. There, I want to delete that. And then go all the way around the edge of this. There. Now let's turn this off and take a look. We're good. All right. Now for the eye. Because we've almost got this. We've almost got this to where we need. Now select that. Zoom in. Grab the eraser. Excuse me. Shrink it down to about 7. Because we're in a tighter area. We need to be a little bit more careful here. I just want to try to minimize as much of these artifacts as possible. Like, as you can see, even with this one still here, they're still artifacting. But we go into this, we paint that, that's fine. Then we go back over to this one here. We'll paint the artifacts that are left. Deselect, and we're good. I've got a lo-fi rock beat playlist going on right now. I never really mess with lo-fi, but I was wanting something that was sort of like a soft rock instrumental kind of thing. Found this, and I'm not complaining. It actually sounds pretty good. Like, this actually, it actually sounds decent, and at least from what I've gathered, it's not gonna get me any copyright issues. So that's all I care about, really. And you can see a little bit of issue right over here. We're going to delete the gray areas here, just to try and clean that up. Anything that's sort of gray and not pitch black in this, I'm gonna try and clean up just a little bit. So like right through there, and we're good. Delete this, and that. So, you know, leave that. That's fine right there. I think that there looks clean enough to go. So now we will copy this, paste it on here. And we'll have some fun with this. Because our bee here, our little bee friend, is the front running edge of a black rectangle that we're going to use. So watch this. This is where things are going to get fun. So we're going to grab this. And we're going to come right around here. All right. And we want to do this on a copy of layer 1. So copy, paste. Yeah, so we want to do it like that. And then our little B, no, undo, is going to come right over here. And this layer is going to be black. So we need to grab the paint bucket, do this. And our little B, I need to, before I even continue this, I need to open his old livery that I did for him. So come over here. Clark, don't need that one. I need the this one, I think, right? Yeah. I need to go over because I moved it out of this and let's see, is it this file? Is this the, no? Why are you opening a Fandy? I did not say open a Fandy right now. Open with Photoshop. Fandy, go away. This is the right one. Good. So let's grab the... Let's put that up. And grab this. Copy. Paste. Okay. So we need to tweak this so the B is behind the 31. That's the key thing. I need to go into Task Manager and force quit Affinity. Thank you. It wouldn't close on its own. We're going to drag this logo right here. Now this is where the fun begins. Because what we're going to do is we're going to select the pixels of it. And then what we're doing is we are going to come down here and delete. So now if we hide the B, you'll see that we're left with this. Which still looks like it's a mess, right? Yes, it does. But this makes things easier because now all we gotta do is what we did with the other layer. Come in here, select that. Everything else gets to go bye-bye. This is where we go to this, change over to brush, increase the size to this. Give it everything that's not in the shape. Not sure why the mouse is delayed, but there we go. Piece of cake. Drop it back. Re-enable this layer. And now you've got the B in there. Now, this is where things are going to get interesting because we're actually going to come in and we need to actually, we're going to leave the gray outline because I think the gray outline looks sick. But we are going to do something here. In the black is going to be matte on the truck, okay? The black is going to be completely matte. But we're going to go in here and we're going to throw in a little bit of a extra twist to the livery. So let me come down here to my graphics elements folder. We're going to use a honeycomb effect in this. So these are the effects that we've got the options of. I opened the wrong one. Open the AI file. I need the PSD file. So we've got option number 1, option 2, option 3, and option 4. So what I'm thinking is we'll go in with this. We're going to ghost this in there. So we want to select pixels. Actually, no, we're not even going to do that. We're just going to throw it on there. Watch this. Watch this. This is going to be bad. In a good way. So we're going to copy this layer. Bring it over here. We only want it for this section here, so we're going to scale it down. Give it a tighter honeycomb effect. And then my mouse is my Photoshop is lagging right now, and I don't like that. But then we're going to select this. Okay, where did the honeycomb layer go? Right there. When you look in, zoom in on it. It's very faint, but it's going to be there. So now we'll come over to this. Select pixels. Come over to here. Do this again. And because we're on the honeycomb, we'll grab the eraser. Oh, well, it would help if I rasterize this layer. Then we can do that. We don't even have to touch the eraser. And we're good to go. So now, it's to deselect. I'll show you all just how this is looking on the truck. Let's save a copy. Targa. RAM. Here we go. So now you see this. And you're okay. You're like, okay, but where's that honeycomb? You can't see it. You're right. You can't. But you will here in a second. Watch this. Select the pixels of this. Scroll up here. Kill the brush layer. Actions. We're gonna make this whole black section flat. Like fully flat. Then we're gonna come down here. We're gonna grab the honeycomb screen. We're going to select those pixels. And those are going to be swayed. And you're probably like, okay, what's that going to do? You'll see here in a second. Save a copy, because all the black on this truck is going to get that matte, and then we're going to get that honeycomb effect in the black. And this is where this is really going to pop. Hey, good shit, dude. Hell yeah, man. So happy you're FEMA got approved, dude. The fact you're finally gonna have your partner over here, that's awesome for you. I'm happy for you, man. Now, you see that honeycomb effect of that matte on here. And that looks sick. So now we're going to copy that honeycomb effect onto every other part of this truck. because that looks sick. And now this is just until we get the other logos on as well. Hold on, wait. Is that... gray actually giving a good effect? I've never used gray as a spec map. That actually gives an interesting effect there. We're gonna mess with that. We're gonna tweak it. We're gonna try something with that. I've never used gray as a spec map color. That gives an interesting effect. I got some ideas now. But first, we need to get that honeycomb effect into every other black part of this truck. So give me a second. Because we need to go back into Photoshop because, like a moron, I did not copy. We need to come back into this, undo everything we just did. Temporarily. Luckily, it's easy to redo. No big deal, but we need to copy the honeycomb. We need to paste the honeycomb. And then the honeycomb gets to come over here. Yeah, I know, it's insane. The scratch discs are full. What? Okay. Oh. Okay, I see what the issue is. Somehow. Let me fix some things here, y'all. Alright. Size. This, that, that. These three can go. Same with this one, and that one. Actually, yeah, delete those. Actually, no, I'll leave those three alone for right now. Delete this. Delete that. Basically, delete and install files that I've downloaded. So 1 second here. This, that, this. I will be right back, y'all. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. right. We are back. Sorry about that. But no, apparently I don't have enough clear space to have it continue. So I'm not sure what's going on. So that's what we're having issues with now. So bear with me while I get this to cooperate. And also while I check 2 other things that need to be dealt with. Because apparently we do not have enough space, and because of that, things will need to be cleared up. I thought we were good on space, but I guess not. Which sucks. But that's the joy of having too much shit installed. So we'll be back into this here in a second. Yeah, they do. Not just that. The fact that my C drive is only a terabyte, and I've got a bunch of games on there as well. You know, it makes things take up a lot of space. Yeah, it's not fun. So I'm trying to clear out some space now. It also doesn't help that my BeamNG drive file, or that all my mods for BeamNG end up going on to C drive. That doesn't help either, you know? Yep, appreciate the ad warning. Thank you so much. We will be back into the livery here in a second, y'all. Just bear with me one moment, because I think I've figured out a couple things here. I think. Yeah, what we've just done is cleared up a whole lot of space, so we're good. We should be able to continue. Hold on. I need to remember how to re-enable that. Okay. Edit. Preferences. General. I need to go back into this and get everything saved again. So 1 second. History. Scratch disks. Enable D drive for scratch disk. There we go. Okay, we should be fine now. But no, the hard part of this next is going to be making this all match up with everything else and not having it overlap with anything. I think our safest bet here to go back into what we did before. So copy this here, select the pixels, do that, go up to this one here, and delete. Okay, why won't it delete? To rasterize layer, I'm gonna have to do it manually. Not what I wanted to do, but we'll do what we gotta do. Because it's not doing it the way it did before. And that's frustrating. No big deal. Simple to do, simple fix, but it's frustrating. Oh, hold on. Delete this section here. There. Now go to layer 5 and move that. What the? Okay. Delete that. And we will undo everything we've just done there, because that is funkified. Go back to before I rasterized. There. Now copy. Paste. No. Deselect. Copy. Paste. No issues with this one. We're good. All right. Now we'll rasterize this one. Select the pixels. Do that. And back to the eraser. Just delete everything that we need here, or don't need here. I probably should have left them on the bed, because there will be a section for them on the bed, but we'll worry about that later when it gets to that point. Now let's move this. There. I just realized it doesn't fully cover the hood. Let's select the pixels real quick after I rasterize it, and we'll take a look, because there's a way I can do this. It's just gonna be held to a line. It overlays perfectly though, so that's good. I just need to copy, paste, and then zoom in. Your back sounds good, dude. Take your time. And then come over to here to where they get thicker. and do this. Because now's where things are going to get fun. Because all these will go all the way up to the very top. Now watch this. All these will now merge into layer. Because these are going to be a different spec in the end anyway. But merge all those into one. And then we'll find our hood section right here and here. We will merge those. Now, rasterize it. Select the pixels. Do this. And then the eraser up to here. Right like that. Do this. Piece of cake. No big deal. That's perfect. So now deselect. And now I just realized I messed up again. I need to go back to before the merge because I rushed it. Because you may be wondering, what do you mean you rushed it? You'll see here in a sec. Watch. Because I said the bed is going to be black too. We're going to copy this section here. It's all red. Actually, should be able to just go and do that all in blue. Just there we go. Piece of cake. So now I need to grab one honeycomb screen, copy, paste. Oh, not that one. This one. Copy, paste. But before I do this honeycomb screen, we will delete this section of it right here. No, we won't. Hold on. Before we do that even. Yeah, select this. And then do that. Come up to honeycomb screen 1. And oh, where's my where I can't even see my eraser. What the hold on. Why can I not see the eraser? Is it even erasing things? No. The eraser is not erasing things, so I don't know what's going on there. My eraser is busted. Let me save this, and we'll be come right back into it. Give me 1 sec. One moment. Let me reboot Photoshop. Wait, y'all couldn't even see what I was doing there. I'm sorry, guys. I thought I had it turned back over, and I never did. I am sorry, guys. I thought I still had the screen share up for Photoshop, and I didn't. It'll be back up in a second. Bear with me. That's on me. Sometimes because of the way I do this, sometimes that happens. All right, now I should have my eraser when I get back zoomed in. The joys of having a bad mouse. Select these. No. No. Stop. No. Undo. Can we stop selecting that one? Deselect. Thank you. I want to go into this and select that. Then go this. Now select this one. And erase. Hold on. Okay, that's what it was. It was Photoshop. Caps lock. Okay, that's what it was. I accidentally hit caps lock. Undo. Save that. Move. Deselect. To make sure it's only... There we go. There. You may be wondering, what do we need to do about down here? Watch this. Select the base, grab this, come back up here, watch this. Eraser. No more glitchiness in there. Now, if you're wondering, did it do the same thing up top? Yes, it did. Isn't that a separate section? Yes, yes it is. So what we'll do is we'll select that section, grab this, and then go back up here, grab the eraser again, and no big deal, piece of cake, we fix it. But wait, didn't that remove that? Isn't there a whole chunk missing there? Yes, yes there is. I didn't notice before. And would I fix that? Well, we will copy it, paste it, and a simple fix is just do this. And then we will select that image there, come down into this, watch this. Is this more work than it should be? Yes, but this is what happens when you mess up. You have to go back in, and sometimes, you know, you need to redo things. Hey, there you go. Nothing wrong with a little music of your own. You're good. do this, and then come back over here. And eraser tool. Erase all that. No big deal. Then this here. Do this. And max this out real quick. Undo. This one. There. And then change this back down to something more reasonable. There. Now everything has the honeycomb as it should. Except over here, where we need to go down to the base. And we need to select pixels. Then come back up here to honeycomb. Find the one that's on the hood here. So this one. Back to the eraser. Piece of cake right there. We're gonna go with something bigger, actually. So we need to do this to the entire hood. To avoid the overlap and to clean it up. As you could see, there was an overlap. Now there's not. And that's what we needed to fix. Now grab this and this. Merge shapes. Rasterize those shapes. Select the pixels. And do this. Now, we find the one that's on the hood. That's going to be layer 5. So we'll select these pixels once again. Go to layer 5. And we want to inverse. And then, as simple as come through here, do a couple wipes through that just to clean it, and then right there. But oh wait, isn't there still some? Dang it! Is there still a little bit of glitching over there? No, there's not. Not up there. What about down here? Are we good? Are we clear? No. There's still some right there. So where is that coming from? Isolate the problem and erase it. It's coming from this one here. Piece of cake. And now, this is where things will get fun. Because now we'll merge all of our honeycombs into one layer. Select the pixels of all of it. Actually, I should probably zoom in on this real quick and check with the wireframe because I forgot to do one thing. It's alright. We can make it work. I got an idea of how to make it work. We're good. Don't worry about it. I forgot to copy this section down here, but it's alright. I do, however, notice the issue. A new issue. So before I can merge these layers, I just noticed there's a glitch here. So I need to erase. Go to this. There. Clean that up. Because now that's going to make that work even better. What the heck is that? I think that's our spoiler there. So I think we're getting a little bit of effect on the spoilers. I'm not sure. But now we can merge those together. All except this one here. This bottom one we'll leave alone. These other four will get merged. So now we'll go and copy this. Or no, we'll select the pixels of this. Watch. This is where things are going to get fun. Now we're going to go and view that on the truck one more time. With all of it, with all the effects all together. So select these pixels. Actually, before I can even do that, I need to select the base. Dang it. Come on. Deselect. I need to select this pixel. This needs to go flat. So actions, flat. All the black on this is going to be flat. Which I normally don't do at all. But for this, all the black will be flat. Including the black of the bee. Change its tolerance back to 50. Let's go 30, actually. 20. Wow. Okay. Go 5. Wow. Never thought it would be so hard for Photoshop in this tool to just grab one. This tool's never fought me like this. Bugging the heck out of me. Oh, and also, doing what we did makes it easier to clean up mistakes, like right here. Instead of having to search for it, just go in there, clean it up right there. Beautiful. Now, we gotta try and get this bee to cooperate. I think what we'll do is we'll just say screw it. And let it do what it wants to do. I said Thank you. All right, so it wants to do that. We'll just let it do what it wants to do here and see how it looks. There. And that's not looking great. But I've seen worse. I've had worse. I think it's gonna be a minimal issue. And when you really get to the truck, it's gonna be fine. When you actually see it on the truck, I think you'll be okay. I could have just selected the entire B. Could have. You know what? Let's do that. Undo this. Just select layers. Do it this way. That's a much cleaner look. Do that. And then let's cancel, because we still need to save the rest. So this is where the fun of things is going to come in, because now we come down and we go to our honeycombs. Select the pixels of those. And these, like we said, we're going to be satin. No, we were going to do suede for those. Never mind. But you know what? Satin works too. Either one. Then we'll select this one here. Those, of course, go above. We'll do suede. You know what? We'll keep with what we originally said, which was going to be suede. So no big deal. Change this to the lighter green of suede. And bada bing, bada boom, piece of cake. So now we come back in and we go to this. We select the black parts of this. And the black parts of the bed. Sounds good. Be there when I can. And we'll do those flat. Then we'll come to the hood. We'll grab this, select those pixels. That's gonna get flat. And then back it back out. Do the same thing with this over here. And yes, I know that we are going to have to remove things. Don't worry, I see what needs removed. It will get fixed. This is rough draft to make sure the original concept is going to be good. So now let's save as spec map. There we go. And now into iRacing. We look at this. And this is what we have, y'all. Let me zoom in. And you get that beautiful honeycomb texture. Now that's going to go on the back as well. But that is looking good so far. Don't worry, we'll clean it up around here. We'll clean it up so it's not on areas it shouldn't be. But this is looking mean. So let me go ahead, throw these into the spec map folder here. And from here, I will save to update as we have it now. And right there, she is looking good. Got that honeycomb all across all sections of the black. There's a glitch where it is coming on right there. Like I said, that's an area I have to patch in. But this is looking sick. So I'm gonna go down, grab that real quick, and when we get back, we will continue. Be right back. Pause the music as well. Where is this? And I will be right back, y'all.
I am still here. Y'all just give me a few. I'm just finishing my food and then we'll be good to go. Just give me a few moments. Y'all, we are back. Do apologize for that. I just wanted to go and finish eating. Not a fan of eating and streaming at the same time, so. Also, some interesting leaks have just happened for Horizon 6, with some cars coming in the next season, probably in August, including the new Prius and the Mitsubishi Steryon making a return. Extremely excited about the Steryon. I always loved that car. But we've got liveries to return to and music to get back going. So 1 second. There we go. So as we can see here, there are slight issues, but everything is coming along smoothly. And it's beautiful. Need to do the same thing to the back and the side. And other than that, we are looking good. This is looking better than I thought it would. Let's get back over here. And what we're going to do is come up here. Scroll all the way back down. It's gonna be this one here. And we are just going to yeet. Bada bing, bada boom. No big deal. Nope. Undo. Undo. Let's see what the issue is. Okay. Piece of cake. There. Piece of cake. All good now. Now we've got the beautiful honeycomb as it is. But what we need to do is come back down here. Grab this. And this. Copy. Paste. Do this. Perfect transfer. Done. No, it's not. Thought it was perfect, but nope. Drag it back up. That's perfect. Now, to grab the original honeycomb section, copy, paste, drag it up, flip it, hit done. And drag. Now zoom in. Make sure it's lining up. Perfect. And now that side is done. So what we do is we grab this, select the pixels, give it that suede, and then grab this, no, wrong one, this one, select, no, deselect, dang it, come on, stop being a pain. Select and suede. No, flat. Same with this. And then save. Here. Spec. Y'all didn't see what I just did. I know. I will fix that in a second. My apologies. I just remembered I did not turn that on. But y'all are about to see an updated version of the truck, and you'll see the basics of what we just did. So right here. You're not seeing it. But we go back over here, click it, and now you'll see it. So that's the basics of what we just did right there. Of course, the lights are gonna get all glossed over at the end, but right now, we're looking good. We do need to remove that part of it in the spec map, though. I did notice that, so one sec. So let me go over to this one and eraser tool. Piece of cake. So that's all I really need to, well, hold on, let's clear out the rest of the spoiler. Even though the spoiler never gets any honeycomb effect or any spec mapping. I don't want it on there. There we go. And I'm not seeing it. It is there. One sec. Honey, sec pixels. Erase. Deselect so I can make sure I can erase them. Now select pixels. Perfect. Nope. There we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Done. Now we'll reopen the livery here to show you guys what the rest of this is going to do. Because this is where things are going to get fun. So we are going to come back to here. We're going to turn this back on so you guys can see things. So we're going to, first of all, copy the number because we need this here. So copy, paste, piece of cake. Then grab our overlay here, the banners. Nope. It's going to be the OTSS contigs. Copy this folder over here, paste it. But that needs to go up. Not there. No, 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 no. It goes to our contigs folder. So do this, open the contigs, remove that and that, drag this in, and turn that visible. There. So we're going to start turning things back on slowly, now that we've got the main things done. turn off the inspection stickers. Turn our decals back on. But the Ram logo in the hood of the grill, I'm gonna do that in a white. And then we're going to grab, where is it? So they don't know what this part is what they say. At least last I checked, they said they didn't know what that part was. So is it under extras now? Where did you put that? At least last time I used this, they said, we don't know what this part is. We haven't crashed enough. Nope, fender brackets. Turn that off. They finally figured out what it was. Thank God. Good to know what that is finally. We're gonna come up here, grab this, copy, paste. Beautiful. Grab the Phoenix Motorsport logo here, paste. Beautiful. At this point, this is where things get easy because we can come in and we can start to throw in sections of sponsors that are already there and decals that are already there. But all of these, okay, they're still going in the right section. We're good. Never mind. Ignore me. This is the beauty of once you've done enough liveries for somebody, you sort of know what it gets faster, because when you've done enough liveries for somebody, everything gets easier to place. On the bed, we're gonna keep with our old sponsors that we've been using. Rest in peace to Kyle Busch. Wasn't a fan of him really, but doesn't change the fact he was gone too. He was taken from us way too soon. Rest in peace to Kyle Busch, and may his family push through in these difficult times. Now I was going to use this logo here, but since the since we have the Hornet there, it's gonna be a nightmare to do that. So this is where things are going to get interesting, because normally I'd use the super long logo for this here, but since we've got the Hornet there, what we're going to do is we're going to rotate this the wrong way. We're going to see how this logo looks on the side. Because worst case scenario, we'll do that. We're going to try and use the normal logo that we would normally use too. Worst case scenario, to respect the new the new Hornet, we'll use this. But that looks off. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to use this. And we're going to see how it looks on the car. It eats up too much of the Hornet. So what I'll do is shrink it up just a little, just enough that it barely takes up the wing. We get at least one wing free. Now you're like, okay, but why use such a bright red? You're right, it is too red. Piece of cake. We come in here, we fix that. Painting each of these red sections, no big deal. It is a little bit pixelated more than normal, though, doing it that way, but it works. It is working. Let me turn off anti-alias and see what that does. Nope, keep the alias. There we go. It still functions. So that works right there. But you're seeing how it overlaps now with the beauty of this. So we're gonna come in here, we're gonna add a blending option. And this is where we will add a stroke. And that stroke's going to be inside. 3 pixels. Okay, we are not doing a stroke because that is okay. Hold on, I'm gonna make an alteration to this logo here to clean it up. One sec. Actually, we don't even need to. We just need to undo what we did with that. Delete it. Delete it. Stop copying it from the other when we're resizing it and changing the color. Easy solution here. We come over here and I go to my graphics elements. Scroll down here to the bottom. Open up upscale. Open with Photoshop. Now we can do this again, but this time here, because it's bigger scale, it's not going to distort like it did. It's a lot less pixels to mess up here. As you can see, much easier. And cleaner. And then when I add that stroke at the end, you'll see it's a lot cleaner this way. Just watch. We do this. Then blending options. Add that stroke in there. About, let's go 10 just to showcase. And that works. So now, when I copy this, we'll change that stroke back to 5 or 2, because when we downscale, that stroke's gonna screw everything up. But well, I think for once, what I am going to do, we're gonna adjust a couple things here. We're gonna do something here. So let's do this here, 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 here. I'm gonna throw a stroke around this, just to make it stand out a little bit better. Whoa, undo. Cut, paste, here. Blending options, stroke. Now that stands out. That there stands out a lot better. I like that. Okay, and now you're probably like, okay, why not do the same thing with the other, to help it stand out from the red? And you know what? Now that I think about it, I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna spice up this Twisted Speed logo, because they've always said, feel free to go and make adjustments to it if you want. So that's what we're gonna do. Everything else in here, for the most part, has a slight standoff, because again, in the end, we want this thing to be nice. So we're going to cut that, paste it, go into blend layer, and for this one, our stroke will be that color. So when we zoom in, it's now looking like this. But I'm noticing now that it screwed up everything else. You see, when we did the stroke on this, we did it wrong. So we're going to clear layer style. Select this section here, cut it, paste it. So the layer style on this one only. Blending right there. And then do the stroke. That stroke will be the same, white. Okay, but I want everything to be stroked as big as the other one. So we're gonna come in here. And no, we're gonna go up to this one here. We're gonna adjust the stroke until it's as big as the others. Center. So let's go 4. I think 4 is exactly what we're looking for. But it needs to be centered. Try 5 actually. 5 works. So now, for that, we will use that stroke size on everything. So over here, this one here, 5. This one up here, also 5. And then the bottom, we'll make that 5 as well. Wait, no. Undo. Undo, because we just screwed it. Clear. Now let's take a step back. Look at this. And that there, if you ask me, looks pretty darn good. Though I think for these over here, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. But what I will do is change these to outer instead of center. Oh, those are inside? No, set those to center. That helps. There we go. Beautiful. So that little change doesn't look like much now. Let's throw it over on the truck. In that spot that we're going to be moving it. Just watch what all it does. Undo. Grab all of this, merge it back together. Copy. Paste. This is going to make the logo pop just a little bit more than it ever has before. You're like, okay, it looks all pixelated. Well, in Photoshop, when you're messing with a logo and you're placing it, sometimes it will. We go and move it here. Hit done. It cleans up. For the most part. See how it looks on the truck. If it's too busy on the truck, we'll move it back to the way it was. Let's first of all place it on the truck. See what we're looking with. Yeah, let's look a little closer. Yeah, it's a little bit buggy due to how thin those lines are at that scale. But I think that the sponsor size is fine because it's not messing with our new Hornet. So I think that still works. So we will use it. One second here. All I can say, y'all, is Wednesday is going to be a scary day for weather. The SIG Tour parameters are maxed out on the color key from weather-wise. Wednesday is going to be a day you do not at all want to be playing. For those who know me, weather is something I pay very close attention to. And, yeah, I'm not playing with this one. I wish I was. I really wish I was, y'all. So what we're going to do, actually, is we are going to... Yeah, we'll leave it as it. We'll put it back. But what we'll do is we're gonna come over to here. Okay. So I want to do some spec mapping with it. This is where things are gonna get interesting. So, actions. All the white here. All of the white. So let's go in here. Hold on. Why is the gray? Okay, that's weird. Change that color. Oh well. We'll make it work. Why is this not that color, though, is my question. Let's fix that. So we want consistency. Consistency is key with the logo. Let's fix that real quick and then go from there with fixing what we were going to do. This is, again, a little more work that I've put into a lot of my liveries lately, but I'm feeling inspired as hell with this livery and the logo. So we're putting a little extra work in. And I think we're going to put this a little bit into some of my future ones as well. I'm just feeling extremely inspired tonight. So we'll do that. That feels good. Alright, so from now, go into this and select anything that's white. No, not red. White. So there, here, here, here. These. Anything that is white on this logo is going to get metallic. Like a flat chrome. Trust me, this is going to be a wild one when we're done. It's gonna look good. If what I have in my head turns out anything like what this is gonna turn out to be, y'all will understand the vision immediately. This. Hard part is getting it to work when scaled down onto the smaller livery. Or smaller size. So we'll see. And all these are going to be matte chrome. Excuse me. So there. Probably like, okay, why is it pink? That's part of the spec map, y'all. Everything that's black, excuse me, everything that's black in here excuse me. Well, stop. Alt tabbing accidentally. Everything that's black is going to be matte. Now everything that's red is going to be metallic. I mean, everything that's red. So, let's do this. Final part for this part. Y'all are watching art come to life right now. All I can say. No, not green. Red. Thank you. Hard part when working with super fine details is making sure you actually select the right size. This, no. This, that. Come back over. Come on. That, then this, then this. Come on. Dang it, come on. Thank you. Get over here. That, this. That. I think we're good. Except for one section left. One other section. Get over to it. There we go. And all of that is going into metallic. So now if we zoom out, this is what the logo looks like now. All three of these layers get copied, moved over here, scrolled up, placed here. No, before that we even do that. We're not even gonna do that. We're just gonna merge this. We're gonna put it all into one layer. We're gonna copy this here, scroll it down onto just this layer. And now we're gonna go and try to match it perfectly on top. This is always the hardest part of trying to make one of these. When you're doing something like this, trying to rescale it perfectly. When you've got a rotation and twisted into it, no pun intended, or no, you know what I mean. Maybe a little bit of pun. When you're doing it this way, it gets a lot trickier. Especially when you're trying to match rotation as well. I think right there we've matched the size. I think we've almost matched the rotation. Almost. Scale it one more pixel. Right there. And I think we're good there. So now if we turn that off, on. Yeah, it's good. Maybe down 1 pixel. Nope. There. Perfect. So, we'll copy this. And move this up to here. Turn this on. Undo. Up to here. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and we will save this to this. As PSD, or TGA, excuse me, the spec folder. Let's see how that looks on the truck. Yeah, that's just the effect I was looking for. You got that silver getting that matte chrome look. You got all the white being matte chrome. You got the red as metallic. Yeah, that works. And where it's flat, typically, that is good. And we just gotta copy that over to this side. And we're nearly done. I think what I'll do for this one, again, I do need to bring the whole honeycomb effect to the deck, to the back end. I'm not going to deny that. I need to do that. But we're nearly done. And she is looking good. This red needs. I think I even like the way the red is colored. I think we'll actually even leave that. I was gonna go and do like a more metallic, but I think I like it as is. So what we'll do now is we will come down to here. We're going to zoom it back out. And our nose. You know what? I think normally I wouldn't do it with this piece. But we are going to rasterize it. We're going to leave it black on this one for once. And it's going to get the flat treatment. It's not going to get the honeycomb because the honeycomb would not look good at that piece. But it's going to get the treatment. So let's go ahead and show y'all how that's going to look while I finalize this. This truck is basically done at this point. Did it not change anything? It okay. The fuck? It did not. Why? Let me try that again. File, save a copy. Don't tell me they removed our ability to do this. If so, I'm going to be upset. Nope, we're good. We are good. I see to delete this section of it. There. I'll do that. Like, so you guys can actually see again. Minor changes, but we're making this work. So grab this. Select those pixels. And now go into that. Now comes the fun part, which again, luckily, is going to be easy because we've already got most of it done. And this, when you're doing just a basic redesign like this, and you've already got a client who knows what they want, like I said, spec mapping and getting that all knocked out of the park is normally a piece of cake. So for example, this here, copy, paste. This here, easy, copy, paste. And this is where things get super this is where I like it, because it makes my job a lot easier. Now when it comes to the numbers, not so much, because when you've got custom numbers like this and you custom spec them, it can get a little tricky. Zoom in here just to verify. Okay. So this, and then all that. So let's cut that. Copy. Screw it. Paste it. Make sure. Alright, we're good. Do the same with, I'm assuming, zoom this down. That's what these are here. Let me zoom out. Zoom back in. What was this one? I don't know what that one was. So we'll delete this. And then here, through here, copy and paste. Beautiful. So now, one other thing that does need to get copied that I didn't copy before. This. We gotta put that on there. So to do that, we will come down here to this. Place that one here. Because you got to have that there. And then we'll come back up and we will finish this. So this here. Oh, come on. Why are you doing this to me? Copy this one. I don't mind doing a candy there. It actually looks good in my opinion. I think a candy number would actually look good up there. So we'll work with that. And then where is okay, this is annoying me. They won't let me click it. So which of you metallics are you? That's that one. Which metallic is it that's got my sponsors hostage? Okay, that I don't care about that. Oh, I never properly spec'd those, no wonder. Okay, that explains it. I didn't properly spec those last time, no problem. Those get to be candy this time, because it's going up against Matt. A candy would look good. Grab this. Candy will look good there. Normally you'd want to use a suede, or you'd want to use a satin. But since we're using suede already, I want to go with and make these look like they're painted on. And a good way to get a painted on look that it also adds a little bit of pop is to use a candy. A lot of people don't realize that. A candy is a way to go and add a little bit of pop when you're really struggling. So let's add our Nothing Stops a Ram logo here, if I could find that. A post. Thank you. Click those pixels. Oh wait, nope. Rasterize, then do it. There we go. And then, yes, I know I still need to copy this over. We will. I want to get everything. I want to get the rest of the spec map done first. Then we'll move that over. Copy. Paste. Can't believe I didn't do more of it. I don't know why I didn't. I know why it is what it is. Copy. And make sure that is what it is. It is. We come back up here, turn this off. Some things got missed. I'm noticing. Piece of cake. That I just realized though as well, that's also the older version. That's not the final save. So I did make those tweaks. Those tweaks did get made. All right, we're good. Get those and that. And all those get to be... Where are they? Satin. That's better. And then all the red was curl or metallic. Coming on this. Yeah, we'll leave it. Too small. It's gonna get ugly if we do it that way. It's not good. It's not worth uglifying there. We still want this to look good, so let's go ahead and metallicize that. Oops, forgot one thing. Got two areas here. This one and this one. And those get to go back to satin. There. Better. Much better. Alright. Satin. There we go. Do that. Then this and this. Oh, 1 second. And no. Here. Here. Nope. Undo. 100. Anti-alias. There we go. There we go. Macro. There. It's not perfect either. I just noticed. Never claimed it would be. But it's better than it was going to be. To redo the selection of the black there and make that the satin like it should be. There. Thought we had it, but nope. Not yet. Alright. Come back down here. This, that one, and this one. And those get to be metallic. Now we'll go and save this. Save a copy. Oh, hold on. Nope. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. And y'all see the issue I just spotted. Right there. Satin. There. Now we can export. To see how this looks on our design. Targa. The RAM folder. Spec map. Yes. Okay. Now that looks good. Now things are looking good. But you're probably wondering, okay, so what the heck has happened to the Rowdy logo? Well, we're about to fix that. You will see Rowdy on the roof rail there in a second. There. Here. This. There it is. Something is up with the edge line of the hood though, and I don't know what. Oh, somehow, how the hell did green get in that? I see what to do. Just find my eraser. And tap socket. There we go. Piece of cake. Erase that. Fix that. And then respec. Hold on. Before I do, something needs fixed. And I'm seeing it right here. Eraser. Right through here, we need to remove all of that. Just in case anything does get through. We don't want that honeycomb pattern on anything that's not supposed to be. Especially this. So we delete that. And then I just realized when I showed you guys the livery, y'all didn't get a chance to see it, so we will fix that in a second. Actually, undo that. That's good. This part, however, is not. There we go. Just cleaning this up a little bit. Final cleanup. Before we finish it up with the spec mapping of these. Which we always merge. You just merge all into one layer. Select. And that gets to be... We'll do candy on this one. Nope, we're gonna keep the suede. Just like it should be. I think for the base coat, though, we are going to select the... Hold on. We'll select this one. So I'll select everything behind it. Not that one, this one. Didn't want to rasterize, but we did. Select that. And this whole body, you know what? Let's go a... medium metallic for the red, and that's gonna go all the way down to the bottom. Everything will go above that. So if we save that spec map, y'all will see a massive change here in a second. With how the truck looks. Now that is looking good. That's looking very good. It's all in the spec map. Once you get a spec map and you get that color popping, things can happen. Just like you're seeing here. Very, very beautifully done livery so far. But we are not done yet. This whole back end is missing a touch of flat black to match in. So let's go down here to the base. What we're going to do with this on the base layer, we are going to select here. We're going to do that, and we're going to, no, cancel. We're going to move that. No. Damn it, deselect. 1 second. We need to be careful with our selection here, so we're going to use the polygonal lasso tool to make it easier. To make sure we're not getting any of that front bumper. And this doesn't have to be perfect because all it has to do is connect. So then we cut, paste, change it to the black. So we'll come over here, select that. There. Now, we can make it matte black and do the honeycomb on the back, which would make sense, but lining up the honeycomb is going to be difficult. And for right now, we're not going to. For right now, that's something I will do in post. Y'all are gonna see it. You're all gonna see this thing finished, except for that. Why? Except for that, because I'm exhausted. Because it's been a long day for me. That's why. And yep, so we're going to close this one out. Yes. Because there's logos in there that aren't finished. And you will see that they are finished once I get over here and open that one. We come down to my paint folder. Where did that go? Hold on. We're having issues. Oh, this is not good. This is not good at all. So I think I may have lost the finalized version of the other one. Which, if I did, isn't the end of the world. It's just frustrating. It's alright, we'll just do this manually. No big deal. Candy. Do a candy spec for that one. And this one. Anything that's on the spec map, or on the flat sections, I'm going to do a candy. I do need to go back up to the logos. And Hemi rear bumper. Or Ram rear bumper. There we are. Let's rasterize. Select the pixels. Candify that. And now I think we are good. Except for this logo here. Copy, paste, drag it up, flip it, And as always, it is slightly cut off. I'm not surprised by that. Typically always is. And we do need to adjust the rotation by there. We need to remove the stupid fuel filler ring. No. Yo, what's going on there, Josh? Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. I cannot wait for the road course. Yeah, the Navy base is gonna be fun. How you doing, dude? Turn that off. There we go. So now we're good. Turn this off. There we go. Spec map. So a little bit flustered with this livery. It's been giving me a hard time. Hope you're doing all right, dude. No, not a whole lot though. I'm extremely excited for NIS this week. It's good. I have to get practice. I haven't gotten any yet, and that's sort of where I think I'm struggling, because I need to get practice, but I've got a lot of other things I need to get done too. I mean, that's not a bad idea. I probably would too if I was in your shoes. At the same time, I'm not one who normally likes to do that, so I may not. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. I might. Probably will. There's a chance I don't, because I know how chaotic things can be. No, I haven't tested any of the setups yet to see if... I haven't tested any of the shop sets yet to see how they feel at the track. I've not done any testing yet. I need to. I only just got the track today, so... Done. Perfect. Now we can turn this all back on, and we'll see how this livery looks in its final form, because we just finished it. For the most part, that thing is done. Let's see. Save the spec. I mean, I kind of like tracks that are bumpy. Yes. Save. You'll see what we're working on here in a second, Joshua. 1 second, bud. Trying to remember if you're from the setup shop, if I just ran with you in one of the past NIS races, or if you're from the league, because I know I recognize your name and I've raced with you somewhere. I just can't remember if I've raced with you in a race, if it's from the setup shop, or if it's from OTSS. I can't remember. NIS, okay. I still can't believe I won Pocono on Saturday, though. No, Friday. That was a hard-fought battle on that one. Oh, nope. One other thing before this thing's done. I got one other thing to spec map. And that's it. Can't finish this until I spec map the final piece. Where was it? This one. Select pixels. Gloss. Now this thing's official. Here. There. And right there. No, it's gonna be an interesting week for NIS though, Josh. I'm nervous for it, yeah. But I think it'll be fun. I suck, however, at road courses, so that's where my concern is. There we go. And Jackson's paint job is officially complete. Now, the cool thing when you go in and actually look at this is the honeycomb to go and match the Rumblebee theme. The honeycomb is a very nice effect. I love that. I didn't expect to. The Arby's corner is going to be where the wreck is going to be at. I am not surprised. I am really not surprised. At all. One second here. There we go. We're good. No, I've had to go and deal with a couple things here. But no, I wanted to... I think I'm gonna go and test the track now. I just had to finish this up for Jackson. And honestly, I love how this turned out. The concept for this turned out better. In theory, I didn't know how this would turn out. But seeing it now, it worked a lot better than I thought it was going to. I like this. I like this a lot. Yo, when you come out pit road on the gas that much spin, you just... yeah, I'll be throwing the twisted speed setups setup there on here in a second to see how it looks or how it feels. Just give me a second here. Trying to get some screenshots of this to give to the client, and we'll be good to go. That turned out beautiful there. I like how that livery turned out. But yeah, let's go ahead, get this going, have some fun, and see how this new track feels. Save this. Because this livery turned out beautiful. No, I had to get that livery done tonight because his race is tomorrow. So, needed to get this done so he would have it. And that's beautiful. That turned out better than I could have imagined it would. So let's close that. And go over to official, open up NIS, and let's see, where's NIS, and we'll hop into practice session. Also, we are going to try to run the 6 hours of the Glen this week. We're going to try anyway. Let's grab this session here. Hopping in session 158. 207s. That's all right. And go see what my shop is saying they're running at. Where is this? There's Discord. One second here. Let's go scroll down to the twistedspeedsetups.com. One sec. Okay, so races at the same time. It's just practices earlier for the race. All right. Now, where is... There it is. I was trying to find the shop. It was hiding on me. Come down here. Go there. Where is cup setups? There we are. Download. Good to go. Go here. Open. Cut. Go to setups page. Let's see what this track feels like. So, what would you say the toughest turn was gonna be? You said Arby's corner is gonna be the toughest one? Is that what you said? Was Arby's was gonna be the toughest one? Let's get edge overlays open. Ooh, those wheels actually do look good. Sounds good. And we are loading. I think I'm going to turn the music off though as well. Don't get me wrong, I like the music, but if we're gonna get ready to race, I'm gonna need to focus, and that music is going to make it difficult. So let's go see how this track feels, see what we can do. It's gonna take a little bit of learning. I think we'll be okay. Alrighty, we should be good to go. Shouldn't have too many issues here. %90 loaded. Let's see what. Okay, there's 16 corners. Okay, and a lot of them are 90 or close to 90. Perfect. This is gonna be a fun little track. I think. I hope. Please let it be fun. Hopefully later this week I can get the Mustang legal. That's gonna be that's my next big project. Is getting the car legal, because once that happens I can finally start trying to get back to work. I can't get to work until I get that legal, because I've got to have wheels. So, excuse me. Garage. Of course, the Pocono setup's not gonna work. Thank you. I'll share the screen for the sim here in a second, y'all. Bear with me. There we go. iRacing. There. See what we got. The fact we're racing on a naval base is what blows my mind. I'm definitely using the oh god. First gear is big no-no. First gear, big no-no. I'm definitely going to be using the track map to guide us around this track. Black flag. Speeding. Need to be careful with speeding here. Now we can go. I think brake around 2, 3, maybe even before the 3 there. One. Okay, why are the textures all blurry is my question. I got no idea why my textures are all blurry. Actually, I've got a pretty good idea. Okay, this is bumpy. Holy shit. This is blurry as hell. Oh god, okay. This section here, I do not like. I'm going to quickly go do one thing to fix these graphics. One sec. I'm going to open up AMD and do something real quick. I'm going to quickly open up AMD and clear the shader cache just real quick. That's normally what causes that, in my personal experience, is that. There. Reset the cache. Yes. Now let's load back in. That should fix it. See what we got. We're loading back in. New shader cache means it's reloading all the textures. Should hopefully improve that. Hopefully. But we shall see. I need to get that new NASCAR, though. That thing looks fun. Textures are still blurry. I don't know why. Could just be the track. Normally it's not. Something with my GPU and iRacing. The only other thing I can do is enhance the thing. I don't want that. I want graphics. Shader quality is good. I don't know. I'm confused. So, I don't know. Line close. See what we can do. We're just gonna have to deal with the blurry textures, which sucks, but oh well. Textures aren't gonna feel or dictate how the track feels. It's just gonna dictate markers that I would use and their visibility, readability. It's an issue with AMD drivers, is what it is. iRacing does not like AMD drivers. That corner there, that is a nightmare. Cars are blurry too, I'm noticing. Yeah. The only thing that could fix this, I think, is a computer reboot. Yeah, that's bad. The only other thing that I can think of. It's the one thing that I hate doing. Withdraw from the session. Rejoin the complete session after doing this. Here, this is a pain in the ass doing it this way. Settings. Preferences. About. No. Run the graphics config. Give me a second, guys. Let iRacing run its graphics config real quick. With no border. And run in full screen. Finish. Now let's go do this again. Hopefully this time it'll be better. If not, I am going to be pissed. Beyond pissed. And I may not, depending on how this goes, I may not touch anything NASCAR this week. Depending on how this goes. So right now, I am not liking this track at all. It's not a very fun track. I mean, it is, but it isn't. I haven't really completed a lap, but I can't really complete a lap right now. So I don't know. I will say I am not a fan, though, at all. It is not feeling fun at as of yet. I might. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Looking at a couple things while I wait for this to load. Checking a couple things in the background. There we go. I think the textures are actually loaded proper this time. Maybe, maybe not. Nope, they're not. They're not, because if you look at the car, you'll see here in a second. It's doing the same shit it did before, where everything's all blurry. And I hate when iRacing does this. I hate when AMD drivers do this. So annoying. And now I've got to go do a couple things in here. For example, hide car numbers. Yes. Graphics. Turn this to high, but grandstands low. Crowds off. Grandstands high. Foliage off. 2 past trees off. Let me see here. Alright, so the mirrors are off the way they should be. Good. I may turn this to high just to be safe. See if that fixes it. Because I'm sorry, the blurriness is going to bug me if I can't fix it. I won't be able to focus if it's off. Alter and replay. Just because I do photos every now and then, I want all that on. And turn this to 3 or 4. Low and low. Apply and close and reboot one more time for the shading effects to take effect. God, this is a pain in the ass. All right. Let's see here. All right. And it's still bad. It could just be this track. I'll try a different track later, see if it's just that. The only other fix that I've seen and that's worked is downgrading the graphics drivers, and I am not doing that again. I need to go back to NVIDIA. Sooner I can get back to NVIDIA, the better. Because iRacing just doesn't... Oh! I was way too... I was off on that zone. This track is hell, Manny Ocho. What are you talking about? How you doing, though? Hope you're doing all right, dude. Slow it down here. I'm glad you like it. I've yet to be able to make it even halfway through the track yet. Or even a quarter way through. Glad to hear you're doing well, though. Appreciate you going and helping to get the TikTok side of things growing over there. Means a lot. Oh, come on. God, this track is bumpy. Coming up into a chicane here. This is going to be hell. Slow it down, slow it down. Oh, no, slow it. Get a corner. Straight away, good. Get to the right. That was a slowdown, really? Come on now. I just went for the gap that was there. Come on, Ash. Don't put a gap there if it's gonna be that big of an issue. Come on. Have some common sense. Oh no, yeah. Oh, that is I do not like that. I do not like that. Oh, that is hell. No. No. I do not like this. I do not like this. Nope, 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 we're done. Nope. I am not running NIS this week. Nope, 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 no. Just no. You can kiss my rear end. There is no way in HE double hockey sticks are you making me run that track. Nope. Nope, nope, no. Just no. Yeah, not happening. Nope. I will see you next week at Sonoma. I will see you next week at Sonoma, a track that's actually competently built and made for racing. Not some Navy base that they're doing just to go and celebrate. Nah, fuck that. I say it like that because I'm not allowed to get into politics, but that there should indicate my feelings on it heavily. Let's see, what can I run though? Anything going on right now that's got people? No. I think we're gonna wrap stream up there. Huge thanks to everybody who came through. Do appreciate the love and the support. Always remember that mental health does matter. Don't be afraid to seek help if you need it. And if you know of anybody struggling with their mental health, do your best to be there for them. You never know, 10, 15 minutes out of your day may just change somebody's life. And always remember that your label is just a label. That label does not define you. You are who you choose to be. But we're gonna see who's live, see who we can show some love to. 1 second. Who is live right now? Who can we raid? Are you live, Mr. Aerotech? No, you are not. But I know who will raid. Do me a favor, y'all. Show AMR Chrissy some love. Show her some support. Currently chilling a little bit with some just currently chilling with a little bit of City Skylines too. So show her some love. Show her some support. She's a great person. And I'll see you all in the next one. Is your man Twisted. I'm out, y'all. Peace.